Baker Nancy gets class relief to challenge rival mares Why Not Hoss, JK LMNO, and Beach Journey.
And on the final turn now, after passing 3/4, Coltrane DeVee is confronted by Stomper Tom, exiting the pocket, trying to close ground. Late Sequence Hanover up the inside, but it might be a gate-to-wire mission here for Coltrane DeVee. Coltrane DeVee by a good couple of lengths over a fast closing Sequence Hanover, holding on for show Stomper Tom, and up for fourth March 7. Sean Vino and Coral Bailey of Ontario, bred by Joie de Vie Farm LLC of New Jersey, trained by Ted McDonald, and driven to the 157-2 win by Pascal Berube. The win is just 1/5 of a second shy of equaling Coltrane DeVee's lifetime mark. Congratulations. And 3, it's separation for the front group. All-Star Ballerina trying to get the job done on the front end. Coming up the inside, Lori Merchandise is about a length back in second. All-Star Ballerina does it again. Up for second, Lori Merchandise, and third was Best Girl in Town in 156-4. Freight out of Whisper Well, owned by Ty Robillard of Bourget and Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario, bred by Nathan Albrecht and Kenneth Albrecht, Ontario, trained by Ty Robillard and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the third seasonal victory for All-Star Ballerina in her 8th start of the year. And the 156-4 mile is a new lifetime mark for the filly. Side, Delightful Kiss, and gapping at the back is Vines to Heaven. 3/4 reached in 126-1. Here comes the expected move from Do You See It? Coming after leader, Press Time. As they come down the stretch on the inside, Bees Terrific has late pace, and he's going to sting them all. Bees Terrific and Flying Ryan Guy finish ahead of Major Motion. Photo for show, 155-3. Quebec, bred by Robert Buttis of Illinois and Frank Santilli of California. Driven to the win by Flyin' Ryan Guy. That's the 4th start of the year and the first victory for Bees Terrific. 155-3, a seasonal best. Hanover fighting back in the center of the track. Lions Shining fights on. Widest of all, DA Cinnamon Crunch. But Scrivener Hanover is going to prevail here. And she finishes ahead of Lions Shining. It might have been DA Cinnamon Crunch for show. 155-3. By Art Speak out of Short Story Hanover. Owned by trainer Mandy Archer of Kenmore, Ontario, with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Hanover, Pennsylvania, and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the first win of the year for Scrivener Hanover, 3-5 favorite here. And it's also a new lifetime mark of 155-3 for Scrivener Hanover. Unofficial second. Show Me the Magic, who's got to show us more to get this win. He's got to deal with Southwind Russian coming at him first over now, pulling the pocket and coming after Gagnon. It's really down to these two. Show Me the Magic. Is he going to get shown up? Not today. It's Guy Gagnon with Show Me the Magic ahead of Southwind Russian. Possibly Amigo Mio for show, 157-4. Gestion Louis La Tulipe Incorporated of Quebec, bred by Christina Tactor, New Jersey, with Louis Camara and Marvin Katz and Al Libfeld of Ontario. trained and driven by Guy Gagnon to a 1:57.1 seasonal best victory. Further back, they're gapping. And back there are Check the Magic, Monk, and Ms. Franny trailing throughout. 1:27 and 4 3/4. Striding on to win this one is the favorite, Donut Hover. Donut Hover for Stefan Pouliot. Up for place, Mask of Zorro. Third, Eyes of Justice. Fourth, Ciel Bleu. 1:57 and 1. Donatover is a 9-year-old bay gelding by Donato Hanover out of Anonym, Hanover. Owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Hanover, Pennsylvania. And driven to his second win of the year. This time by Stefan Pouliot in 1:57 and 1. 1 3/4, and here comes the move. Chasing leader Bubble Slide. We've got Napoleon Hill stepping out, widest of all, Hercules. Hercules versus Napoleon Hill, and on the inside Bubble Slide, it's going to be Hercules. Tight battle for place between Bubble Slide and Napoleon Hill. 2 minutes flat. Out of Noblesse. Owned and bred by Écurie Provocante of Mirabel, Quebec. Trained by Maxime Vellet. Driven by Stéphane Brosseau to a maiden victory. That's a first lifetime win in a second lifetime start for Hercules, the unofficial winner here in 2 minutes flat. Looms ahead, and a Big Cheddar is closest to the leader as Speaker Nancy tries to capitalize on the post relief here. Next best, Big Cheddar isn't going to catch her tonight. Speaker Nancy and Robert Shepard keeping ahead of next best, Big Cheddar. Why Not Hoss may have held on for show in the 1:54 and 3 mile. Making her way back to the winner's circle, unofficial race 8 winner number 3, Speaker Nancy. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Art Speak out of Let's Imagine, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable of Ottawa. Speaker Nancy was bred by Walton Ridge Farm of Cream Ridge, New Jersey, trained by Mandy Archer, and gets the seasonal best 1:54 and 3 victory for driver Robert Shepard. For home on the inside, La Barbe on the outside, How Mac Victor, and they're battling down the stretch. Here comes Mythic Gambler on the outside. Mythic Gambler is going to use that late speed to power to a first seasonal win. Up for second was Irresistible. Third, How Mac Victor, 1:54 flat. Fastest of the day is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Mythical. He's owned by Cozen Farms of La Prairie, Quebec, bred by White Birch Farm of Allentown, New Jersey, trained by Catherine Girard, driven by Stéphane Brosseau to a first seasonal win in his second seasonal start. 1:54 flat for the mile by 3 to 5 favorite Mythic Gambler. Results are now official in race 9. Third, that is the chairman. They're still coming after Party Vibes. Here's a 3-wide move from Time to Dancing, who is coming on late. And between horses, what's in the esky? It appears to be a 2-horse battle to the wire here, with Party Vibes hoping to keep ahead of Well Worth the Wait, who's closing rapidly. Well Worth the Wait pushes ahead past Party Vibes for the win. Up for show, Time to Dancing. 1:55 and 2. Thursday, May 30th at Rideau Carleton Raceway. It was the final card of the month and the first win of the season for Donat Hover in Race 6. He had his first Rideau victory this year, although he had one earlier in the year at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. The victory was for catch driver Stéphane Pouliot in a 1:57.1 mile, keeping ahead of Mask of Zorro and Eyes of Justice, who battled to complete the triactor. Join us again on Sunday night at 6:30 p.m. for the first card of the June season here at Rideau Carleton. Tonight on Worth Remembering, we feature a trotter that Macy Castle Smythe trained almost 10 years ago. Macy's father, Kevin, and grandfather, Keith, also both drove horses at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Check out the win here for Clark Stacey with Here's the Magic.
Here's the Magic leads out alertly. On the far outside is Remsheg Julian. In between horses, Park Hill Kryptonite down at the rail, fourth best away. That's Dreamin' Willie. Break of about 4 back to Wedgwood, followed by the trailer Trinity Cassandra. And moving up to seize the lead now is Remsheg Julian. It's Remsheg Julian leading the way here. Down in the pocket spot, Here's the Magic. Park Hill Kryptonite right there on the outside. Past a quick opening quarter of 27-4. Now Park Hill Kryptonite takes over the lead. Pocketing up now is Remsheg Julian. Here's the Magic down in third, followed in fourth by Dreamin' Willie. Then it's back to Wedgwood and Trinity Cassandra. They're spread out by some 9 lengths as they go down the lower turn and make their way to the half. With the lead, it's the favorite, Park Hill Kryptonite. Drops a half of 57-4. 30 seconds in that second quarter frame for Park Hill Kryptonite. Leads it by a pair over Remsheg Julian. Here's the Magic now considering angling out, and there he goes. It's Here's the Magic now going on the attack. Dreamin' Willie will follow on that cover. They're going after Park Hill Kryptonite now towards 3/4. Here's the Magic drawing level and beginning to draw away now. Here's the Magic, the new race leader at the 3/4 in 1:27-3, 29-4 in that third quarter frame. Park Hill Kryptonite is right there in second. Dreamin' Willie in the yellow hood moves up to be third. They're at the head of the stretch. Less than an eighth of a mile to go, and Here's a Magic has a lead outright. It's Here's a Magic. Clark Stacy drawing clear to win this one. Here's a Magic will win it over the favorite Park Hill Kryptonite and Dreamin' Willie in 1:57.4.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live. Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway for our 11 race card this Sunday evening. We're about 29 minutes away from post time for race 1. We've got changes coming up and we'd like to congratulate the top 2 in particular in the Eastern Ontario and Quebec Regional Driving Championships. They're both driving here tonight at Rideau Carleton. The winner, Stéphane Brosseau with 67 points, and second was Robert Shepard with 65 points. So congratulations to both of them who will be representing this region coming up in July at the National Driving Championships. Track is fast, conditions are clear, 25 degrees Celsius, 77 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the south-southeast at 9 kilometers an hour or 6 miles per hour, and humidity 35%. Here are your changes. In race 1, we have one equipment change on the 5, Officer Jones, who goes from blind bridle to blinkers. That's 5, Officer Jones in race 1. In race 2, the 4 has been scratched. Scratch 4, Built to Thrill in race 2. No changes in race 3. Also no changes for race 4. Race 5, no changes. In race 6, we have an equipment change on the 6, Jesus Murphy Joseph. Remove Pelling pacifier on the 6 in race 6. No changes in race 7. In race 8, note that there is no show wagering. Race 8, no show wagering. In race 9, there's one scratch. Scratch the 3, Vines to Heaven, a vet scratch. No changes for race 10. In race 11, there's a driver change on 2, Stock, going from William Waugh to Jimmy Gagnon. In race 11, Jimmy Gagnon driving 2, Stock. And that's all your changes. On your screens are Rideau Carleton handicapper selections for race 1. Myself and Glenn Pearson both agree On the 2, Rock and Roll Nation for Guy Gagnon. Second, Glenn likes the 6, Uber Hanover, who was also the selection of my pregame show co-host, Robbie Robinson. He liked Uber Hanover. I'd like him for third. For second, I'm thinking Beach Roller has been improving and get some post relief here. To round out his superfecta, Glenn looks to the rail and Lost in the Moment, the lone mare in this field. And I'm going to put John Snow from post 3 for Mike Armstrong. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Daily Double Wagering available for Race 1. Coming up in about 24 minutes. Hello and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. There's just 2 of us tonight to talk handicapping before the races get rolling. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer and handicapper.
Robbie Robinson, trainer driver.
First of all, we should congratulate the top 2 from the Quebec Eastern Ontario Regional Driving Championships that was settled this afternoon at Hippodrome 3R. 2 Rideau regulars moving on, Stéphane Brosseau and Robert Shepard. Are you surprised?
No, not really. I just don't know which track they were representing. They're probably leading drivers at both tracks.
Exactly, and just 2 points of separation there. Finishing third, Samuel Fillion, 55 points, and Guy Gagnon was fourth with 54. The winner, Brosseau, 67 points, and again, 2 points behind that in second, Robert Shepard with 65. So taking a look at tonight's Rideau card, we'll go to race 1. Rock and Roll Nation. He's never missed the board in 3 previous drives by Guy Gagnon, and they had 2 wins together here in October 2022, so we're going back a bit, but I like the class and post relief here from post 2.
Yeah, I like him. I like Uber Hanover to win it. He maybe has a little bit better overall times, and he won the last time he was in this class. Rock and Roll Nation, he could give him a good go. I don't think he's drove him this
in a
year.
while.
Yeah. It might have been 2 years ago when he was driving him. I know he was pretty good back then.
So maybe box those 2 in the 6, and you might be safe, maybe, we're hoping. In race 2, it's hard to figure group. I'm thinking that the 2 Wild and Crazy is going to step up for Robert Shepard. He was gapping on the second turn last time, but swung wide late to close for fourth, and he out-sprinted Kinder Kenogami, and he paced the field's fastest closing quarter, 29 flat.
I think he could be close. He's inching towards it. I'm going back to Illicit Affair. He's got to get the job done here sometime. And the 4 also, it had a nice qualifier.
But I think that one is scratched, unfortunately, in race 2.
Okay.
So we'll go with those, the 2 and the 3. And I agree, I would definitely take either of those or box them. In race 3, Betts Beach has a hard to say name. He's got post 6, and he's my winning best bet last time with gate to wire lifetime best here, 155 and 3. Hard to go against this week, I think.
Yeah, he's moving up, but I don't think it really matters. The last 2 starts, the horse has been very good.
So good.
A horse that I like for second is Walk Off Z10. He was absolutely flying last time at the wire, and maybe DA Cinnamon Crunch and Century Jazz. Century Jazz is kind of flattened out a little bit
After the win streak.
Yeah.
But he was good last time, and I'd definitely do a 6 over the 3-4-1 here. That's confident group, I think, underneath the 6. So looking at race 5, we've got some familiar faces. Dylan's Bank from post 6. He doesn't have Shotgun Jerry to face here, and he had a late move that fell short last time. I think he gets it this week.
I think so. I think he should get to the front fairly easy here. Behind him, I like the Colt. He's moving back down. Jimmy Gagnon is back on him. Jaden's Magic Steel could be part of it as long as he gets a decent trip. And the horse that I think could sneak in here is Saskatoon Steve. With the rail,
he scares me.
If this horse can get close and not get used, he's got a good sprint. So the last 3 times he's had the 8 hole, so maybe this time he's going to have some luck.
I think he's definitely a part of the high five. Moving on to race 7. I've got Full Horse selected again. He was my best bet a couple of weeks ago. He just missed, then he won. I think he wins again. He took a lifetime mark here, 153 flat, and he's got a good post with Robert Shepard.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think he's going to follow Shotgun Jerry, and down the lane he's going to get him, I think. Behind him, I don't know who could be there.
I'm a little scared of Skylar if they battle hard, him and Shotgun Jerry, for the early lead, because Skylar has done it before at a price.
He hasn't been good his last couple starts. He broke a hobble, so maybe they've got a good set of hobbles on him this week.
And he does have a class hike, so probably Full Horse again. And then in the next race, race 8, there's no show wagering because of Sobble Amber. She kind of dominates this field, and post 5, the outside post there, it's not a big imposition for her. Canada's fastest mare this season on a 5/8 mile track, 152 and 2.
Yeah, it's her race to win or lose. Like,
Yep.
Behind her, anybody could be there. This is a real nice field.
Nice mares, all of them. Butterfly Kisses, maybe?
Yeah, I kind
Late
of liked
speed,
her
yeah.
for second and Turning Point for third. Any one of these mares could be there.
Agreed. Then race 9, we've got a harder to figure race, I think. Does Race Credit turn around here from post 6 for the newly crowned regional driving champion?
No, he's not driving him.
Isn't he driving him?
No.
I thought he was.
No, I'm
Who's
driving him.
Are you? Well,
Yeah.
then, congratulations. No, that's premature. So I thought Stéphane Brassard was on him. So
No.
what's your verdict here?
Hey, if I can figure him out to get him to go, he's got the overall times to do it, but he just doesn't seem to want to go by nobody. But you know, NC Rockabye's been racing better last couple starts. Tahuya Brew, he's going back to race last week and hadn't raced for 4 weeks. And Always Your Way drops down with Guy Gagnon, so it'll be interesting.
I've got those 4 with Tahuya Brew on top from the rail and NC Rockabye from post 2 second. So Raise Credit again. Sorry about that, but he's one to figure out for sure. So race 10, spot play for me, Mr. John from post 2. He's got the post in class relief. He had a strong late move last Sunday for Jimmy Gagnon, and I like him quite a bit here. He was loose late between horses for show. Carson Star choice?
I like Carson Star
Going
choice.
back
he was
to
just
him?
too good last week. He looked so well in hand. But I do like Mr. John for a part of it, maybe second, third. Probert's Legacy got the rail.
Absolutely.
Hurricane Cheyenne can
Late speed.
late speed. Woodmere Gaelic for fifth, maybe. He's improving his time every start. So, but I can't see Carson Star Choice getting beat if he's anywhere where he was last week.
Well, let's find out. Race 11, last of the night. Stay Thirsty to Be for me from post 3. He's got Pascal Berube, just missed from a tougher post here on May 19th. And he's up in class after winning last Sunday at Hippodrome 3R, but I'm going to take him here over the 4 Big Pete style, always a factor. And the 6 Rockin' My Dream, who was a transportation scratch on Sunday, but has 2 front-end May victories here at a comparable level for Mike Healy.
Well, I'm going with Hurricane King Carlo.
From the rail.
From the rail. The last 3 starts, he's been parked to the quarter. So off the rail tonight, I don't think he's parked at the quarter, not unless he has to remove.
Yeah.
So that makes a big difference when you're not on the outside at the quarter. And
Absolutely.
yeah. So if he goes right straight to the front, he's going to be tough to beat. I do like Stay Thirsty to Be, Big Pete style.
The Amazing Sando, any thoughts? He's got a
That
much
horse,
tougher post here. That was a
fabulous
wild
last
race,
week out of
yeah.
the 9 hole. He
First
just kept
start
going,
Lasix.
followed the 3
Yeah.
out, and so the post is tough. But if he can come back to that effort, he could be tough. The only thing that scares me is the 8 hole.
Yep. Well, that's where we're going to leave it for now. Thanks for joining us here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Good luck in all your wagers tonight. We're about 14 minutes away from post time for race 1 here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to those of you joining us online or at the track. The picnic tables are out and they're being well utilized tonight by lots of horse players down there. Great to see. We had a couple of qualifiers this afternoon, actually at 5 o'clock, and the results were in the first qualifier, a win on the front end by a neck by Tattoo Man, and he won in 2:01 and 4 over Cold Rage in the first qualifier of trotters. And then in the second qualifier, the one for pacers, Bitcoin Hanover was a front end winner by a length and a half in 1:56 and 2, finishing ahead of Lockaber and Always Be Merry in 1:56 and 2. Another note on the winner of the second qualifier this afternoon at Rideau Carleton. I was speaking with Robbie Robinson before our pregame show, and he said that was the fastest 2-year-old pacer so far this year in North America. And I'm looking at the USTA records, and that does appear to be the case. The horse we're talking about, again, qualified in the second qualifier this afternoon, Bitcoin Hanover, a 2-year-old bay colt by Stay Hungry out of Bold and Brash, Hanover, owned by Robbie Robinson with Paul Smythe, and driven to the win by his trainer-driver, Robbie Robinson. In the first qualifier, Tattoo Man was driven to the win by Jacques Baudouin for trainer André Lachance.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
We're about 9 minutes away from race 1, and a couple of other late scratches have just been brought to my attention. In race 9, we have a scratch of the 7 American Colt N. Scratch the 7 in race 9, American Colt N, judges transportation. Also in race 11, scratch the 5, Edam's Sports Baby, also judges transportation. Scratch the 5, Edam's Sports Baby in race 11 due to transportation. That's in addition to the earlier scratch in race 9 of the 3 Vines to Heaven, a vet scratch. And for those just arriving, a driver change on the 2 in race 11 as well. Now mentioned on your screens, from William Waugh to Jimmy Gagnon on the 2 stock in race 11. On your screens right now, an early look at the early pick 4 costing $14.40 for the 20-cent base wager. Robbie Robinson and I agreed race 2 appears to be down to the 2, Wild and Crazy, my top pick, and Illicit Affair, the 3, his choice. I went with 3 horses in the following leg, race 3. I think that Betts Beach can repeat after taking his lifetime mark here last Sunday, but I'm also using DA Cinnamon Crunch, who keeps improving, and Century Jazz, who had a win streak rolling here in the not-too-distant past. In race 4, 3, Smiling Billy the Kid looks like a likely winner. He seems likely to rebound here on the class drop from the preferred handicap. Also 1, Monty's Gone Marble, needs watching. He's got the newly crowned regional driving champion, Stéphane Brosseau, driving. I'm also going to use Springbridge Jim, the 5. He's a little unpredictable, and he had that going away win at over 12-1 odds here on May 23rd. And in race 5, 4 horses I'm using. And I'm also a little interested in the 1, Saskabush Steve, who gets serious post relief here for Mike Healy. He's got the rail, so you might even want to go 5 deep in that last leg of the pick 4. But my top choice is 6, Dylan's Bank, who looks ready to step up here. He has had 1 win this season, and I think he faces a lower level of rivals than he's been competing against most of the season, including the Rideau Preferred Handicap. The main contender to upset is 2, the Colt for Jimmy Gagnon. This one with a very strong season so far, and he's coming in here also with some serious class relief and returning to the post of his last win on May 19th. We'd like to wish a happy birthday to Kelly Bennett from your family, friends, and everyone here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Happy birthday, Kelly Bennett. The Race 1 Post Parade is coming out on track. These pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 starts. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts. The purse, $5,200. One is Lost in the Moment, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Lagacé. Two is current 4-5 favorite Rock and Roll Nation, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, and driven by Guy Gagnon. Three is John Snow, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and in the sulky, also Mike Armstrong. Four is Beach Roller, owned by trainer Gilbert Mercier, and driven by Mike Healy. Five is Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. And note the bridle change on Officer Jones from blind to blinkers. Completing the field from post 6 is Uber Hanover, owned by Nicole Corbin, trained by Yves Corbin, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. That's your field for race 1 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering. We're taking a look on screen at the current 4-5 favorite. That's number 2, Rock and Roll Nation. This one has never missed the board in 3 previous drives by Guy Gagnon. They had 2 wins here together back in October 2022. Rock and Roll Nation gets class and post relief. He was second over from second last on the second turn here last Sunday for another driver, Mike Healy, who's driving the 4 Beach Roller here. Incidentally, Beach Roller's last win was here March 24th for Guy Gagnon, now driving the 2 Rock and Roll Nation. The starter has called the race 1 Pacers. Last chance to play the early double as the field is lining up behind the gate. They are the 1, Lost in the Moment, Michel Legasse. 2, Rock and Roll Nation, Guy Gagnon. 3, Jon Snow. 4, Mike Armstrong. 4, Beach Roller, Mike Healy. 5, Officer Jones, Jimmy Gagnon. And 6, Uber Hanover for Stéphane Brosseau. They're on the turn with only Uber Hanover slightly behind the gate. But they're all in line now, and they're on the backstretch. They're off and pacing, and speed from Uber Hanover on the outside. From the inside, also leaving well, is Jon Snow, who's going to opt for the pocket. 2 lengths behind the early leader, Uber Hanover. And then it's a 3-length gap back to Lost in the Moment, who sits single file third on the opening turn, followed by the favorite Rock and Roll Nation in 4th. And then followed by Beach Roller, sitting second last. They head past the opening quarter in 28 seconds flat, with a comfortable lead so far for Stéphane Brosseau and Uber Hanover, out there by a length and a half ahead of Jon Snow. It's still a good 3 lengths back to Lost in the Moment third, and we're waiting to hear from Rock and Roll Nation, the favorite, who now steps out first over from 4th. Caught inside, second last, Beach Roller, and out and moving now from the back of the field for Jimmy Gagnon is Officer Jones, as the half was reached in 58 flat, a 30-second second quarter for Uber Hanover, still leading the way by about a length and a half over Jon Snow. On the outside now, trying to cut into that lead is Rock and Roll Nation for Guy Gagnon, but he's out there first over in third, sitting 4th along the inside, Lost in the Moment. And coming from the back of the field now, stepping out to come second over, that is Beach Roller. Still trailing the field is Jimmy Gagnon's Officer Jones. 3/4 was reached in 1:26 flat as they try to bottom out this field. Uber Hanover and Stéphane Brosseau are still on the front end with a very tough to cut into lead now. It's insurmountable. Uber Hanover, and a winning drive for regional driving champion Stéphane Brosseau over Beach Roller, and possibly Lost in the Moment for Show up the inside. 1:55 flat. Unofficial results are now posted, with the 6 Uber Hanover, the race winner for Stéphane Brosseau, second 4 Beach Roller, third 3 Jon Snow, and 4th the 1 Lost in the Moment, who lost the show photo to Jon Snow. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle is unofficial Race 1 winner, number 6, Uber Hanover, a 9-year-old brown gelding by Dragon Again out of Up Front Rose. He is owned by Nicole Corbin of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, Hanover, Pennsylvania, trained by Yves Corbin, and driven to a new seasonal best of 155 flat. Congratulations! A very happy winner's circle surrounding Uber Hanover. A gate-to-wire effort in 155 flat for Stéphane Brosseau. Congratulations to all of his supporters in the circle. And race 1 is now official. Six Uber Hanover pays $10.60 to win. The $2 6-4 exactor pays $84.10. The $1 triactor 6-4-3 combination returns $415.35. And the $1 superfecta 6-4-3-1 pays $1,430.30 for the $1 ticket. And the race 1 rundown is now posted. 1 Lost in the Moment finished 4th. 1 to 5 favorite, the 2 Rock and Roll Nation was 6th. 3 John Snow was 3rd. 4 Beach Roller finished 2nd. 5 Officer Jones was 5th. And 6 Uber Hanover, a gate-to-wire winner for Stéphane Brosseau, and the top selection of pregame show handicapper Robbie Robinson. From the top down, your program should read 463-251. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 58 at the half, 126 flat to 3/4 and 155 the mile by winner Uber Hanover. We turn the page to race 2, which also features exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering, and it's also the opening leg of the early pick 4. Note there is a scratch in race 2. Scratch the 4, built to thrill in race 2. Right now we're looking at the show photo from race 1. It was a close decision that went to 3, John Snow, in the middle of the photo with Mike Armstrong in the sulky. He got there ahead of 1, lost in the moment on the inside with Michel Legacy in the bike. We're taking a look at my suggested 20-cent pick 4 ticket here. It's a race where Robbie Robinson and I agreed on 2 horses here in race 2, the first leg. I like the 2, Wild and Crazy, for Robert Shepard and Benoit Hebert. And Robbie is going with the 3 on top, Illicit Affair, for Pascal Berube and Ted McDonald. It does look like those 2 are likely to be the top 2 for this one, although it's far from settled, and in a field this size, anything can happen. Currently at 2 to 5 odds in the win pool, 3 Illicit Affair is the wagering favorite. And my ticket construction goes a little bit broader in the next few legs of the bat, although I do quite like the 6 Betts Beach in race 3, even with the class jump. If you wanted to single a horse in race 3, I would consider him for that. Race 4 is a 5-horse field, but very, very competitive, and I'm going with Smiling Billy the Kid, the 3, for Pascal Berube on top there, but also using the 1 Monty's Gone Marble for Stéphane Brosseau and John McMillan. And also there, I think Springbridge Jim could surprise again. Might be less of a surprise, but he is up in class, so still an element of surprise. He's a tough-to-figure horse, but Andrew Moore certainly had him figured out here on May 23rd with that sharp seasonal best win. The Race 2 Post Parade is coming on track now. These pacers are non-winners of $3,000 lifetime and non-winners of a race allowed $5,000. There's also allowances for the fillies and mares. The purse, $5,600. One is DA Captain Obvious, owned by Steve Germain, who also trains and drives. Two is Wild and Crazy, owned by trainer Benoit Hebert with Elodie Hebert, and driven by Robert Shepard. The 1 to 5 favorite is 3, Illicit Affair, owned by Julia Ferguson with Lloyd Stone, trained by Ted McDonald and driven by Pascal Berube. 4, Built to Thrill, is scratched. Five is Pull Your Own Strings, owned by Michael Horwood with trainer Vic Putty. Jimmy Gagnon is in the sulky. And 6 is Classic Jim, owned by Investissement KFB with trainer-driver Carl Duguay. That's your field of 5 pacers for race 2 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. That's favorite, Illicit Affair. Robbie Robinson's top selection here as he tries to sweep the early double with his pregame show selections. Illicit Affair and Pascal Berube settled third early behind gate-to-wire winner All-Star Ballerina here last Sunday. Illicit Affair lost ground along the backstretch for no clear reason, but tightened up again on the final turn and was 3 wide down the stretch, but that fell just short. So Illicit Affair, many people witnessed that mile and are playing back here. Odds of 1 to 5 on the 3, a short-priced favorite. My top pick here, I'm looking just inside of that one to the 2, Wild and Crazy, for Robert Shepard, who backpedaled to 4th on the first turn here last Sunday. He was gapping on the second turn, but he closed wide late to close for 4th, and he outsprinted the beaten favorite, Kinder Kenogami, in the field's fastest closing quarter of 29 flat. Glenn Pearson is putting the 3, Illicit Affair, on top of his tickets here. And he's using Wild and Crazy, the 2, for second. He's looking outside to the 6 to complete his triactor. That's Classic Jim for Carl Duguay. For my triactor, I think the 5, Pull Your Own Strings, could improve. He trailed throughout the mile from an outside post here last Sunday. He came on late, but from too far back. It was his fastest beaten mile of the year, 1:59 flat. And this race will have a different complexion with no All-Star Ballerina and no Battle of York setting the pace. The starter has called the horses for race 2. This is your last chance to play the early pick 4. Here they come. The 1, DA Captain Obvious, Steve Germain driving. 2, Wild and Crazy, Robert Shepard. 3, Illicit Affair, Pascal Berube. The 4 is Scratched. 5 is Pull Your Own Strings for Jimmy Gagnon. And 6, Classic Jim for Carl Duguay. They're lining up on the turn for the start of race 2. They're on the backstretch, ready for the start. And they're off with Illicit Affair quickly advancing to the lead. And that one's outside. Pull Your Own Strings is also coming on early. First over from second. Third on the inside is DA Captain Obvious, and then it's a good 6 lengths back to Wild and Crazy. Trailing the field at the moment is Classic Jim. Their separation from the front 3 and the last 2. The quarter was reached in 28 and 1 for freewheeling leader Illicit Affair coming in front of the grandstand, keeping just ahead of DA Captain Obvious, who's all over Berube's helmet in second. Then it's a couple of lengths back to third. Pull Your Own Strings, tightening up now, about 4 lengths back in. Fourth is Wild and Crazy, and still trailing Classic Jim. They're well spaced in single file order on the second turn and reach the halfway point in 58 and 1. Another 30 seconds, second quarter, and this time set by 1-2 favorite Illicit Affair. DA Captain Obvious is very obviously eager from the pocket and still needing to do more. Sitting 3 lengths back in third is Pull Your Own Strings. Coming on now, stepping out from fourth to come first over, Wild and Crazy. Thinks better of it and backs down again. 127 and 3/3, and still trailing Classic Jim. They round the turn for home, led by Illicit Affair, trying to sustain the front end advantage all the way. Coming outside, DA Captain Obvious is turning up the heat, and it's between these two. Illicit Affair on the inside, DA Captain Obvious on the outside, and it's Illicit Affair finishing a half length ahead of DA Captain Obvious. It looked like Pull Your Own Strings up for a show in 1:58 flat. Unofficial results are now posted for race 2 with 1-2. Favorite, number 3, Illicit Affair, the race winner. Second, 1, DA Captain Obvious. Third, 5, Pull Your Own Strings. Fourth, 2, Wild and Crazy. Results remain unofficial. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure. Unofficial race 2 winner, number 3, Illicit Affair. He is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Mick Wicked out of Rockumentary, owned by Julia Ferguson of Greeley, Ontario, with Lloyd Stone of Portland, Ontario, bred by Blair Corbet and Irma Corbet of Beaumont, Alberta, trained by Ted McDonald, and driven to victory, a first lifetime victory and lifetime mark of 158 flat by the drummer Pascal Berube. Congratulations on the first lifetime win. Illicit Affair in line to Pascal Berube. And race 2 results are now official. Three, Illicit Affair, returns $3 to win. The $2 exactor 3-1 combination pays $38. The $1 triactor 3-1-5 combination will cycle back to the $2 daily double 6-3 pays $23.10. Checking out that triactor again, $26.50 for the $1 combination of 3-1-5. And the $1 superfecta pays $66.20 for the $1 ticket 3-1-5-2 combination. The race 2 rundown is now posted. 1, DA Captain Obvious was second. 2, Wild and Crazy finished fourth. 1-2 favorite, number 3, Illicit Affair, the race winner for Pascal Berube. 4, Built to Thrill was scratched. 5, Pull Your Own Strings was third. And 6, Classic Jim was fifth. From the top down, your program should read 241, scratch 35. The fractions were 28 and 1, the opening quarter, 58 and 1 to the half, 127 and 3 at 3/4, 158 flat, the winning mile in the maiden victory of Illicit Affair. Race 3 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. No changes in race 3. And the favorite is already number 6, Betts Beach, 3-5. That's my top selection. He was a winning best bet here last Sunday in his Rideau debut for Pascal Berube and Yves Tessier. It was a gate-to-wire victory, and he returns to that winning post. He is up in class, but he comfortably lowered his lifetime mark to 155 and 3 here last time. Also, take note the winning trip of Betts Beach in that mile really resembles the 2 winners already on the card tonight. The front end is going strong at Rideau Carleton tonight. We have another birthday to announce. Kaylee, happy birthday, Kaylee, from your family, friends, and everyone here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Hope it's a good one. The race 3 pacers are coming out. These are non-winners of $15,000 or 2 races lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $5,000. Also eligible, non-winners of $300 per start in their last 10. The purse, $6,200. One is Walk Off ZTAM, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, and driven by Joshua Miller. Two is Souffle de Vie, owned by trainer Carol Ann Mallow, and driven by Marie-Claude Augier. 3 is DA Cinnamon Crunch, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Ryan Guy. Four is Century Jazz, owned by Jess Dion, J.Y. Blais Incorporated, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Five is Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Lloyd Stone and Michael Horwood, as well as trainer Vic Putty. Jimmy Gagnon drives. Completing the field, and currently 3 to 5 favorite, is 6 Betts Beach, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with Jean Allaire and trainer Yves Tessier. Pascal Berube drives. No changes. That's your race 3 field. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here. Currently on your screens, 2 to 5 favorite, number 6, Betts Beach. He's undefeated this year, 2 for 2, winning at Hippodrome 3R on May 19th, and then winning on the front end here from the same post as he has tonight last Sunday. It was a front end trip in a career best, 155-3 for the returning Pascal Berube. A slight class jump here for Betts Beach. But with a similar trip to last week, there's no reason he can't go back to back here. Others to consider in the field include the 3 DA Cinnamon Crunch, who added blinkers on Thursday, took back to 5th on the opening turn, and had a second over move to follow first over Lion Shining into the second turn. DA Cinnamon Crunch was parked along the backstretch, but 3 wide for the stretch drive. Makes a quick turnaround and is up in class here. She's also facing the boys again, but it was a tough group of female pacers she was in with last time, and she's currently 4 to 1 from post 3. Another to consider, currently at odds of 4 to 1, the 4 Century Jazz. He was shuffled to last behind a backpedaling J-Port Lexus on the first turn here Sunday. He made a first over move on the backstretch. He had excess cover late, and he came home widest of all in the field's fastest closing quarter of 28-1. He gets some class relief. Century Jazz from post 4. And Robbie Robinson said his exactor horse here under the 6, Betts Beach, would be the 1, Walk Off Zedtam, who took a 155-3 lifetime best here last August 6th with a front-end trip for Pascal Berube, who's now driving Betts Beach. Walk Off Zedtam does get some class relief and closed in the field's second fastest, 28-3 last Sunday for driver Josh Miller, back in the sulky tonight. Track handicapper selections are now posted on your screen. I've just explained mine, and Glenn Pearson's are the same for the Triactor. So Betts Beach over DA Cinnamon Crunch and then Century Jazz. The starter has called the field for race 3. This is your final chance to play the early pick 3, which begins here. They're lining up. It's the 1, walk-off Zedtam for Joshua Miller, 2, Souffle de Vie for Marie-Claude Auger, 3, DA Cinnamon Crunch, Ryan Guy, 4, Century Jazz, Stéphane Pouliot, 5, Friar Voltaire, Jimmy Gagnon, and 6, Betts Beach for Pascal Berube. Walk-off Zedtam hanging back a little, as is Betts Beach, but they're on the turn and quickly approaching the start. They're lined up and ready to go for race 3. Off and pacing on a break at the back of the field. DA Cinnamon Crunch is now out of it in the early going, as striding on to the front, Friar Voltaire makes the early lead. Sitting second is walk-off Zedtam, and coming first over now from third is Century Jazz. Sitting back in fourth along the cones, Souffle de Vie is followed by Betts Beach, and then with a lot of ground to make up, here comes DA Cinnamon Crunch trying to catch the rest from the back of the field after the early miscue. 28 and 2 past the opening quarter. The field is led now by Century Jazz, in line to Stéphane Pouliot, and keeping about a length and a half ahead of Friar Voltaire as they circle towards the half. Another length back in third, walk-off Zedtam, and here comes the favorite advancing first over into fourth, Betts Beach underway. They reach the half in 58 and 3 with a 3-length lead for Century Jazz that is quickly evaporated. Here comes 1 to 9, Betts Beach to land on the front end and quickly open up by a length and a half over Century Jazz. Coming on now on the first over attack from third is Friar Voltaire, 126 and 4 at 3/4. Caught inside fourth is walk-off Zedtam, miraculously catching the field. DA Cinnamon Crunch is out there second over and trying to get into it from the back of the field, and caught inside at the back as well as Souffle de Vie. They're not going to catch Betts Beach, who polishes them off again for Berube. Up for second was Century Jazz. Third appeared to be walk-off Zedtam over Friar Voltaire, 156 flat. Unofficial results are now posted for race 3 with 1 to 9 favorite. Number 6, Betts Beach, getting it done again for Pascal Berube. Second was for Century Jazz. Third, the 1, walk-off Zedtam. And fourth, 5, Friar Voltaire. Results remain unofficial. Hold all tickets. Parading back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle now. Official race 3 winner, number 6, Betts Beach. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Blue Beach Girl, owned by Gina Bragagnolo and Yves Tessier of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, with Jean Allaire of Montreal, Quebec. Bred by Pierre Leclerc, Quebec. Trained by Yves Tessier and driven to the win by the drummer Pascal Berube. It's a second in a row for Betts Beach at this track. And now Betts Beach is 3 for 3 in 2024. Congratulations. Prices are now posted for race 3 with winner number 6, Betts Beach, returning $2.30 to win. The $2.64 exactor pays $8.10. The $1 try 641 combination returns $18.85. And the $1 superfecta 6415 pays $44.10. And the race 3 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Walk Off Zedtam finished 3rd. 2, Souffle de Vie was 5th. 3, DA Cinnamon Crunch finished 6th. 4, Century Jazz was 2nd. 5, Friar Voltaire was 4th. And 1 to 9 favorite, number 6, Betts Beach, the race winner for Pascal Berube. From the top down, your program should read 356-241. The fractions were 28 and 2, 58 and 3, 126 and 4, 156 for the winning mile by 6 Betts Beach. A competitive field coming up in race 4, which kicks off the second pick 4 of the night here at Rideau Carleton. Current favorite for Pascal Berube from post 3, Smiling Billy the Kid. This one had a win streak going for Berube, 4 consecutive wins at this track for him and owner-trainer Benoit Hebert. 5 wins this season. We'd like to extend happy 50th anniversary wishes to Alan and Liz from your family, friends, and everyone here at Rideau Carleton tonight. Happy anniversary, Alan and Liz. Also celebrating a 50th anniversary this season, the Ontario Sire Stakes. Join us on June 23rd here at Rideau Carleton for the second leg for the Gold, Filly, and Colt 3-year-old Pacers. That's June 3rd here at Rideau Carleton. Now on screen, Glenn Pearson's suggested 20-cent base wager, pick 4, costing $14.40, showing how competitive exactly he considers this race. He's going 4 deep in a 5-horse field with 1 Monty's Gone Marble, 3 current favorite Smiling Billy the Kid, 4 Get Your License Liam, and 5 Springbridge Jim. In race 5, he's got 3 horses selected in the 8-horse field. He likes Jaden's Magic Steel, the 4, with 6, Dylan's Bank, and 7, Better Half, the Flamborough import for Denis St. Pierre. He's going 3 deep in race 6 with Shadow Dave from the rail for Mike Healy, as well as the 2 Kiss My Bet, Pascal Berube driving that one, and the 5 My Bitcoin for Stéphane Brasseau. And he's got 2 selected in race 7. He's between the 1 full horse for Robert Shepard and 2 Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. So a well-constructed 20-cent pick 4 there from Glenn Pearson. The race 4 post parade is coming on track. These are Pacers, non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible non-winners of $55,000 lifetime, and also eligible $25,000 claimers. Racing for a purse of $8,500 tonight. One is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, and driven by Stéphane Brasseau. 2 is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is Smiling Billy the Kid, owned and trained by Benoit Hébert, driven by Pascal Berube. Four is Get Your License Liam, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 5, Springbridge Gym, owned by trainer-driver Andrew Moore with Tommy Godfrey. That's your field. There's no changes in race 4. It kicks off the second pick 4 of the card, and there's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. Currently at odds of 8-5, Smiling Billy the Kid was the favorite. I've already mentioned his 4-race Rideau win streak that was interrupted by a class jump to the preferred handicap last Sunday. Now he's reunited with Pascal Berube aboard for the win streak, and he has some class relief here. 8-5 at the moment on Smiling Billy the Kid. I'm using just a couple of horses here. It's still a ticket where I think there's a couple of races that require at least 4 horses be used. Keeping it economical here, I do think Smiling Billy the Kid has the class advantage from post 3, and I'm looking to the rail. Monty's Gone Marble, who's also moving down from the Rideau Preferred Handicap. He's reunited with new Quebec Eastern Ontario Regional driving champion Stéphane Brasso. Brasso was driving him to his latest win here at a lower classification, May 12th. They had 5 2023 wins together at lower classifications. Current favorite, 3-5. We're looking at him now. It's the 5 Springbridge Gym. He and his trainer-driver, Andrew Moore, overtook leader Century Invictus at the half here last Sunday and won by open lengths over the next best challenger, Blue Moose. Springbridge Gym is up in class. He's unpredictable, but he's had multiple sub-152 wins here, with front-end trips typically being his preference. Springbridge Gym and Andrew Moore hoping to build on that 155 victory. The starter has called the field for race 4. This is your final chance if you'd like to play the second pick 4 this evening at Rideau Carleton. Lining up behind the gate now, it's the 1, Monty's Gone Marble, Stéphane Brosseau. 2, I'm a Dude, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, Pascal Berube. 4, Get Your License, Liam, Jimmy Gagnon. And 5, Springbridge Jim, Andrew Moore. They're on the turn with Monty's Gone Marble, the last to join them. And they're all lined up, approaching the backstretch. They're off and pacing, leaving with rail advantage. Monty's Gone Marble set sail early for Stéphane Brosseau. Caught to his outside between horses in third is I'm a Dude, and advancing into second, but 3 wide to do it, is Get Your License, Liam, as they contest the early lead on the opening turn. Pulling ahead now to land in front, Get Your License, Liam, and Jimmy Gagnon getting there ahead of the opening quarter, paced in 28 and 3. Not having it and not wanting the pocket, Monty's Gone Marble is out to grab the lead again. That puts Get Your License, Liam back in second. He's followed third by I'm a Dude. Sitting fourth is Smiling Billy the Kid, and trailing this compact field is Springbridge Jim. They're into the second turn and getting away slightly on the front end now. It's a couple of lengths advantage for Monty's Gone Marble, who hits the half alone in 58 flat, and still to make a move to reach him from second. That's Get Your License, Liam, content to sit the loose pocket. Now out and moving first over from third is I'm a Dude, coming after the leader. Following that cover from second over fourth is Smiling Billy the Kid, and following from third over last, but far from out of it, Springbridge Jim. They hit 3/4 in 1:26 and 2 with Monty's Gone Marble under pressure from I'm a Dude to his outside, and looking to go 3 wide, Smiling Billy the Kid and Berube. 1:26 and 2 to 3/4. Can they catch Monty's Gone Marble? Smiling Billy the Kid is going to do it again for Berube, who pulls ahead for the win and wins by a 2-length lead over Monty's Gone Marble. I'm a Dude might have stuck around for show in this 1:55 and 2 mile. Unofficial results are now posted for race 4 with 1-2 favorite. Number 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, the unofficial winner for Pascal Berube. Second, the 1, Monty's Gone Marble. Third, number 2, I'm a Dude. And fourth, 4, Get Your License, Liam. Hold all tickets. Race 4 is official, and now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle after the natural hat trick for driver Pascal Berube. It's winner number 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Frown Upside Down, owned and trained by Benoit Hebert of Papineauville, Quebec, bred by William Brown of Hanover, Ontario. That's the 6th seasonal win in his 9th start of the year for Smiling Billy the Kid. 1:55.2 for the mile. Congratulations. Prices are now posted. For race 4, 3 Smiling Billy the Kid returns $3.10 to win. The $2 3-1 exactor pays $8. The $1 try 3-1-2 combination returns $8.80. And the $1 superfecta 3-1-2-4 pays $17.55. The race 4 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Monty's Gone Marble was 2nd. 2, I'm a Dude was 3rd. 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, a winning 1-2 favorite for Pascal Berube. 4, Get Your License Liam was 4th. And 5, Springbridge Jim was 5th. From the top down, the program should read 2, 3, 1, 4, 5. The fractions were 28 and 3 to the opening quarter, 58 flat to the half, 126 and 2 at 3/4, 155 and 2. The winning time for Smiling Billy the Kid, and a 3rd consecutive driving win for Pascal Berube. Race 5 is coming up with exactor, triactor, high 5 wagering, as well as the start of the pick 5. Track handicapper selections are now posted. Glenn Pearson and myself both agree Dillon's Bank is overdue for a second seasonal win, and he looks like he's in a good spot to find it here tonight for Stefan Brosseau and John McMillan. Glenn likes 4, Jaden's Magic Steel for second, and then he's going to the Flamborough Invader, 7, Better Half for third, followed by 2, the Colt. And to complete the ticket, 1, Saskabush Steve. I see it a little differently. I like Dillon's Bank on top of the Colt, who does have upset potential here. He's won from this post and classification for Jimmy Gagnon just a couple of starts ago on May 19th. I think the 5, Mock Art in Motion, fits here and keeps improving for Wayne Catherwood, and driver Robert Shepard stays loyal. I put Jaden's Magic Steel in the ticket, 4th, and Saskabush Steve, who could be even better, as Robbie Robinson pointed out. This horse has had 3 consecutive starts here from post 8 and finally draws the rail. He's a late speed type and infrequent winner, but he could be the upset here at odds of currently 18-1. If you haven't been to Rideau Carleton yet this season, this is the perfect time. We've got the picnic tables out, lots of people enjoying them tonight, with a snack bar at track level and lots of self-serve machines and tellers to help you inside if you need help placing wagers if you're new to the track. We invite you to join us here at Rideau Carleton. The Race 5 Post Parade is coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $3,500 in their last 5 starts. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $750. Also eligible $15,000 claimers. The purse is $6,800. One is Saskabush Steve, owned by trainer Alain Martin and driven by Mike Healy. Two is the Colt, owned by Don Lee with trainer Gordon Lee and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Three is Radley Hanover, owned by trainer Carol Ann Mallow and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Now on your screens is the 5 Mock Art in Motion, owned by trainer Wayne Catherwood. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. Current 9-5 favorite is number 6 Dylan's Bank, owned and trained by John McMillan, with Stéphane Brosseau doing the driving. Seven is Better Half, owned, trained, and driven by Denis Saint-Pierre. Eight is Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. And coming out now, the 4 completes the post parade. That's Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon is in the sulky. That's your field for race 5 with Exactor Triactor, High 5, and Pick 5 wagering. We're taking a look at current 9-5 favorite, number 6, Dylan's Bank. He matched strides off the gate with front-end winning favorite Shotgun Jerry here last Sunday. He pocketed up en route to the opening quarter and made a late move up the inside path, which fell short. He's got some class relief here, and he's currently at odds of 2-1. He's the top selection of myself and fellow Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson. He has just one seasonal win. This is his 9th start of the year, but he's been at levels above this earlier in the season as well, having worked his way up to the preferred handicap level. Whatever your thoughts about race 5, they're going to be headed behind the gate for the race 5 start very soon. The horses are headed towards the turn, and they'll be called behind the gate soon. So if you'd like to play the only pick 5 of the card, this is it. The starter has called the race 5 pacers. Final chance to get involved in the pick 5 here tonight at Rideau Carleton. Quick behind the gate, the 4, Jaden's Magic Steel. But they're all lining up from the inside out. It's 1, Saskabush Steve, Mike Healy. 2, the Colt, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Radley Hanover, Marie-Claude Auger. 4, Jaden's Magic Steel for Guy Gagnon. 5, Mock Art in Motion, Robert Shepard. 6, Dylan's Bank for Stéphane Brosseau. 7, Better Half, Denis Saint-Pierre. And 8, Giddy Up Max for Pascal Berube. They're on the turn, approaching the start with Dylan's Bank, a couple of lengths back, timing the gate. They're on the back stretch. And they're off with an even start for all but Giddy Up Max, who takes back to the rear of the field. Splitting between horses to land on the early lead, Dylan's Bank and Stéphane Brosseau are out there. And an early challenger, first over now from second, is Jaden's Magic Steel. Following from third on the inside, Saskabush Steve. They round towards the opening quarter, and Dylan's Bank gets there in the night's fastest opening panel of 27 flat. Dylan's Bank now has Jaden's Magic Steel settled into the pocket behind him. Sitting third, Saskabush Steve. It's 4 lengths back to fourth place. The Colt followed in fifth by Mock Art in Motion. Radley Hanover behind him, then Better Half. And trailing them all is Giddy Up Max as they're in single file order on the second turn, reaching the half in 55 and 1 with Dylan's Bank still in control up front, keeping about a length and a half ahead of next best Jaden's Magic Steel. Following about a length behind him in third is Saskabush Steve. Then it's a couple of lengths back to next best, the Colt. Stepping to his outside, first over from fifth is Mock Art in Motion. And looking to follow that cover is Radley Hanover. Still further back is Better Half, and gapping last, Giddy Up Max, 123 and 4 to 3/4. Jaden's Magic Steel turning up the pressure on leader Dylan's Bank as they come down the stretch. On the outside, it's Jaden's Magic Steel, and now sweeping past Mock Art in Motion. Also up the cones is Saskabush Steve. Mock Art in Motion with the upset for Robert Shepard. Up the inside, second Saskabush Steve. Third was the Colt, 153 and 2. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5 with the 5, Mock Art in Motion. Unofficially, a 9-2 winner for Robert Shepard. Second, the 1, Saskabush Steve. Third, 2, the Colt. Fourth, 4, Jaden's Magic Steel. And 4 to 5 beaten favorites, 6, Dylan's Bank. Fifth, hold all tickets. Returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 5 winner, number 5, Mock Art in Motion. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 out of Because I'm KG. Owned by trainer Wayne Catherwood of Brinston, Ontario, bred by Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, and driven to his first Rideau win and a new seasonal best of 153 and 2. Congratulations. And race 5 is official. Five, Mock Art in Motion pays $11.80 to win. The $2 5-1 exactor pays $251 and change. The $1 early pick 4 pays on 4 of 4, $23.75. The 20-cent super high 5 here returns $698.90 for the 5-1-2-4-6 combination. The $1 try 5-1-2 pays $408.25. The $1 pick 3 635 pays $22.25. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 1, Saskabush Steve finished second. 2, the Colt was third. 3, Radley Hanover finished 7th. 4, Jaden's Magic Steel was 4th. 5, Mock Art in Motion, the race winner for Robert Shepard. 4 to 5 beaten favorite. 6, Dylan's Bank finished 5th. 7, Better Half was 6th. And 8, Giddy Up Max finished 8th. From the top down, your program should read 237 415 68. The fractions were 27 to the opening quarter, 55 and 1 to the half, 123 and 4 at 3/4, 153 and 2. The winning mile and a seasonal best for Mock Art in Motion. Race 6 coming up has an equipment change. On the 6, Jesus Murphy Joseph removed the Pelling pacifier on the 6 in the upcoming 6th race. Race 6 also kicks off another pick 4. And this race consists of inexperienced horses who don't have that many starts or wins. So 4 deep, that's my ticket here. I like the 2, Kiss My Bet and Pascal Berube. Coming up from Summerside after a PEI Colt Stakes win. But I see Hella's Rocket, the 3, for Sebastian Turan, the well-known amateur race caller, trainer, driver. He's another who could upset here. And Shadow Dave from the rail from Mike Healy is a contender. The post parade is coming out for race 6. These pacers are non-winners of $7,500 or a race lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $2,000. Their allowances for fillies and mares also eligible non-winners of $100 in 2023-2024. The purse, $6,000. One is Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lemerond, trained and driven by Mike Healy. Two is Kiss My Bet, owned by Charles and Daniel and Maxime Gaudreau, trained by Marc-André Simoneau, driven by Pascal Berube. Three is Hella's Rocket, owned by Alexis Zielke, trained and driven by Sebastian Turan. Four is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne, trained by Benoit Ibert and driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is My Bitcoin, the current 9-5 favorite, owned by trainer Clément Lauzon-Autier and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Completing the field from post 6, it's Cheese's Murphy Joseph, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Ryan Guy. And an equipment change on the 6, again, remove Pelling Pacifier. Currently on your screens is the race 6 favorite, number 5, My Bitcoin. My Bitcoin has been a beaten favorite a number of times already in her 10-race career. Stéphane Brosseau is staying aboard this 3-year-old filly who finished 3rd behind 2 horses not in this field on May 26th. There's no Betts Beach, who was a winner earlier tonight, and there's no Red Carpet Ready. So it's possible she could step up here. Certainly getting a lot of confidence from the betting public. 9-5 favorite right now. 5, My Bitcoin. Glenn Pearson also believes that My Bitcoin is on the brink of a maiden win. That's his top selection. I'm going to the 2, Kiss My Bet. This one coming up after a maiden victory, 159-4 at Summerside last Sunday in a stake race, PEI Colt Stake. He's a 3-year-old colt. That was his maiden win. For second, I think Hella's Rocket is a contender. Had some broken equipment here on May 19th. And he's gotten it done here in the past. Glenn and I are both using the one Shadow Dave in our tickets. He's another who's overdue. This one also getting some post relief. He had the 8-hole last Sunday, never helpful. The starter has called the race 6 Pacers. Last chance to play this pick 4. They're lining up for the start of the 6th. The 1 is Shadow Dave for Mike Healy. 2, Kiss My Bet, Pascal Berube. 3, Hella's Rocket, Sebastian Turenne. 4, Bad Apple, Robert Shepard. 5, My Bitcoin, Stéphane Brosseau. And 6, Jesus Murphy Joseph for Ryan Guy. They're on the turn. On the backstretch, approaching the start for race 6. They're off from the center of the pack. Hella's Rocket strides out. Coming right after him from the outside post is Jesus Murphy Joseph, who is first over and backing down to second behind leader Hella's Rocket. Back behind them in third is Shadow Dave, and then following from single file fourth, Kiss My Bet. Behind that one, Bad Apple, and at the back of the field, yet to make a move, is My Bitcoin. They're in single file procession, having reached the opening quarter in 29 and 2, led by Hella's Rocket and Sebastian Turenne. In the pocket, Jesus Murphy Joseph. Here's a first over move from Shadow Dave up into second. Following him from fourth on the outside, Kiss My Bet. Also getting involved third over from the back of the field is Bad Apple, and My Bitcoin continues to trail as the half was reached in 59 and 4, a 30 and 2 second panel. Hella's Rocket is being tested by Shadow Dave, who inches ahead on the outside. Jesus Murphy Joseph a couple of lengths back third along the cones. Gapping cover fourth from second over, Kiss My Bet. Gearing up for a move now. Looks like Bad Apple is going to go 3 wide, and following that cover from the back of the field, My Bitcoin 128 flat to 3/4. Shadow Dave has pulled ahead. Here comes Bad Apple, who's chasing him, and Hella's Rocket has surrendered 128 at 3/4. Here comes the stretch drive, a competitive one with Bad Apple taking on Shadow Dave, and My Bitcoin widest of all, and she's going to prevail for Stéphane Brosseau. My Bitcoin ahead of Bad Apple and Shadow Dave, 157 and 2. Unofficial results are posted for race 6 with 4 to 5 favorite number 5, My Bitcoin. The winner, 4, Stefan Brasso. Second, 4, Bad Apple. Third, 1, Shadow Dave. And fourth, 2, Kiss My Bet. Hold all tickets. Race 6 is now official. She was a beaten favorite in half of her lifetime starts. And tonight, it's a maiden-breaking win for 5, My Bitcoin, a 3-year-old Bay filly by Betting Line out of Ryla Beach, owned by trainer Clément Lauzon-Autier of Mirabel, Quebec, bred by J.J. Benson Stables, Incorporated of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and driven by Stefan Brasso. The 157-2 win is a maiden win and lifetime mark for My Bitcoin. Congratulations. Prices are now posted. 5 My Bitcoin pays $3.80 for the win. $2 exactor 5-4 combination pays $13.30. $1 try 5-4-1 returns $14.70, and the $1 superfecta 5-4-1-2 returns $30.35. The race 6 rundown is now posted. 1, Shadow Dave finished 3rd. 2, Kiss My Bat was 4th. 3, Hella's Rocket, 5th. 4, Bad Apple was 2nd. 5, My Bitcoin, a maiden breaking win at odds of 4 to 5 for driver Stéphane Brosseau. 6, Jesus Murphy Joseph finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 4, 5, 2, 1, 6. The fractions were 29 and 2 to the opening quarter, 59 and 4 at the half, 128 flat to 3/4, 157 and 2, the new lifetime mark for My Bitcoin. Race 7 is coming up with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. No changes in race 7. The final pick 4 of the card will kick off in race 8. That's still to come. Race 7 is My Best Bet. He's currently 3 to 5 from the rail. Full Horse, who followed pace-setting favorite Flash Cube from 2nd last Sunday. He pulled the pocket at 3/4 and drew away in the stretch for a lifetime best 153 victory. He's up in class, but gets a great post and retains Robert Shepard, who was the second place finisher in today's Quebec and Eastern Ontario Regional Driving Championships at Hippodrome 3R. The other horse that I consider here a serious contender and a front-end kind of horse is the 2, Shotgun Jerry. He and Stéphane Pouliot wired from the rail here as winning 6 to 5 favorite last Sunday, parking a first over Dylan's Bank in an early battle and holding off a hard-charging Perpetual Rock right to the wire. Shotgun Jerry currently 2 to 1. Fellow Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson agrees on that exactor. Full Horse over Shotgun Jerry. The race 7 post parade is coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners $6,000 in their last 5 starts, and $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. One is Full Horse, owned by Cozen Farms, trained by Catherine Girard and driven by Robert Shepard, currently 3 to 5 favorite. Two is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Three is Century Invictus, owned by John Collings, trained by Mandy Archer and driven by Guy Gagnon. Four is Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 6 is Trion de Vie, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Completing the field is 5, Rockin' Zeus, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Robbie Robinson. That's your field for race 7, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering here. No changes. We're taking another look at 3 to 5 favorite, number 1, Full Horse. He took a lifetime mark here last Sunday, 153 flat. He's up in class, but the post is helpful, and Robert Shepard stays with him here. I'm playing back Full Horse, and the closest contender seems to be 2, Shotgun Jerry, who was a 6 to 5 winning favorite on Sunday. But Full Horse getting a lot of support here. His odds have dropped to 2 to 5. Take note, the final pick 4 of the card begins next race, race 8. You've got a little time to map that out. We've had some long shot winners tonight and some solid favorites. Earlier in the card, the front end trips were winning, but the late speed has now picked up momentum. So plan accordingly for the last pick 4 of tonight's 11 race card here at Rideau Carleton. In the meantime, they are going to be going behind the gate shortly for race 7. Public confidence is high for the 1, Full Horse, and Robert Shepard. The starter has called the Pacers for race 7. They're gathering in front of the grandstand, going behind the gate. The 1 is Full Horse for Robert Shepard. 2, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Century Invictus, Guy Gagnon. 4, Skylar, Jimmy Gagnon. 5, Rockin' Zeus, Robbie Robinson. And 6, Trion de Vie for Stéphane Brosseau. They're into the turn with their noses on the gate. Approaching the start. And they're off with Shotgun Jerry leaving true to his name, but Full Horse matching strides with full force to the inside. Sitting third is Century Invictus. Following in program order fourth is Skylar. Back behind him, Rockin' Zeus, and trailing in single file procession on the first turn, Trion de Vie. It's a contested early lead, 1-5 now. Full Horse, the favorite, does not want the pocket. He circles Shotgun Jerry 29 flat, a tepid opening panel for this group. Full Horse leads by 2. Sitting second now is Shotgun Jerry. Third, Century Invictus. Fourth, still Skylar. Here comes first over movement. Rockin' Zeus is flushing out Skylar and actually going even wider than that on the turn. Moving up the cones inside to gain ground is Trion de Vie, but unchanged up front. Full Horse hits the half in 58 and 4, shadowed by Shotgun Jerry. Advancing first over into third is Skylar. Sitting fourth on the inside, Century Invictus. Gapping cover in fifth on the outside is Rockin' Zeus. And keeping pace from the back of the field, Trion de Vie, as they are heading to three quarters with Full Horse under pressure from first over Skylar, and Shotgun Jerry sits the pocket. The three quarters reached in 1:26 and 3. Skylar is still out there, but it looks like Full Horse has shrugged him off. Shotgun Jerry, though, coming up the inside path to chase Full Horse to the wire. It's Shotgun Jerry on the inside, Full Horse going full force as the wire looms ahead, and Full Horse prevails. Second, Shotgun Jerry. Third was Skylar in 1:54 and 1. Unofficial results are posted for race 7 with 1-5 favorite. The 1, Full Horse, the unofficial winner for Robert Shepard. 2, Shotgun Jerry second. 4, Skylar third. 5, Rockin' Zeus fourth. However, the AGCO judges have just informed me that an inquiry regarding a break at the quarter by Rockin' Zeus is under review. So they're taking a look at the 5, Rockin' Zeus, who put in some steps around the quarter pole. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now in the Rideau Carleton winner's enclosure for his photo is race 7, unofficial winner number 1, Full Horse. Full Horse is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Lady Be Great, owned by Cozen Farms, La Prairie, Quebec. Bred by Hampston Farm of Russell, Ontario, with Reg Pettipaw of Moncton, New Brunswick. Trained by Catherine Girard and driven to his second seasonal victory by Robert Shepard. The judges are continuing to review footage of a break near the quarter pole by 5 Rockin' Zeus, unofficially 4th. But as his footage shows, he puts in some steps as he exits the pylon, so that's what's under review. Hold all tickets. And the judges have ruled that there was no violation of the braking rules by 5 Rockin' Zeus, who will stay up in 4th. And race 7 is now official. Number 1, Full Horse returns $2.70 to win. The $2 exactor 1-2 combination pays $3.60. The $1 try 1-2-4 will cycle back to the 20-cent pick 4 that ends here pays $6.68, with the $1 version paying $33.40 for 4 of 4. That triactor, $3.30 for the $1 ticket, 1-2-4 combination, and the 1-2-4-5 superfecta $1 ticket pays $11.40. The race 7 rundown is now posted. The winning 1-5 favorite, number 1, Full Horse for Robert Shepard. 2, Shotgun Jerry was second. 3, Century Invictus, sixth. 4, Skylar finished third. 5, Rockin' Zeus was fourth. And 6, Trion de Vie was fifth. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 6, 3, 4, 5. The fractions were 29 seconds to the opening quarter, 58 and 4 at the half, 126 and 3 to 3/4, 154 and 1. The winning time for 1, Full Horse for Robert Shepard. Race 8 coming up next has exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. Note that it kicks off the final pick 4 of the card, and there is no show wagering in race 8. The reason for the no-show wagering in this 5-mare field should be fairly evident. From post 5, currently 1-5 favorite, Sauble Amber is the top selection for both myself and fellow Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson. Sauble Amber is Canada's fastest mile on a 5/8 mile track so far this season by a female pacer. She won here in 152 and 2 on May 16th in her third consecutive Rideau victory for trainer-driver Michel Lagacé. She was assigned the outside post. She has defined herself as a deep closer, and closers have been doing rather well tonight. For second, Glenn agrees, the 1 Butterfly Kisses is a strong contender. She sat third as the turning point, let Lady Corona take the lead on the first turn here, May 23rd. Butterfly Kisses was caught inside by first over winner DA Temptation near 3/4, and she came second over from fourth, getting edged out for place by another mare in this field, the 3 The Turning Point. Her only Rideau win so far this season has been at a lower classification on May 2nd. She's a front-end loving type, and she got circled Sunday by Lady Corona, who raced at Hippodrome 3R instead today. The Turning Point was covered up and shuffled back on the final turn and made 2 moves that race. And don't forget the 4 DA Temptation, a first over winner here May 23rd, but there was no Sauble Amber in the group when she lowered her lifetime mark to 153 and 4 in that victory for DA Temptation. She did need the wire as Butterfly Kisses and the Turning Point were closing in quickly at the end. Right now we're taking a look at the photo for fourth in race 7. And that is the 5, Rockin' Zeus, who's holding on ahead of Trion de Vie. The race 8 Pacers are coming out for the post parade. They are fillies and mares, non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible, not listed, preferred, who draw outside with post 5 assigned. They race for a purse of $8,000. One is Butterfly Kisses, owned by Bruce Tremblay, trained by Isabel Darvaux, and driven by Robert Shepard. Two is Newcomer to Rideau, Caesar's Shot, owned by trainer Luc Loyer and driven by Pascal Berube. Three is The Turning Point, owned by Sylvain Cote with trainer Robert Bernicki and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Four is DA Temptation, owned by Pierre-Yvan Mondou Incorporated, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing this field from post 5, current 2 to 5 favorite Sauble Amber, owned by trainer driver Michel Legasse. That's your field for race 8 with exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. Note that this race kicks off the last pick 4 of the card, and also that there is no show wagering on race 8. We're looking at Sauble Amber, who lowered her lifetime mark to 152 and 2 here on May 16th. She did that from post 4, and that was her 3rd consecutive Rideau victory for Michel Legasse. She's a powerful closer, blessed with late speed, and has been impeccably driven by Michel Legasse, beating good mares in all 3 victories. Lady Corona was second to Sauble Amber in those first 2 wins, and then she beat The Turning Point on May 16th. Nonetheless, this is a somewhat competitive field, and I'm going with another mare from the rail, the one Butterfly Kisses. This one had a strong record last year at this track. 6 wins last year and a seasonal best here, 154 and 3. She's also a strong closer, and Robert Shepard driving, who finished 2nd in this afternoon's Quebec and Eastern Ontario Regional Driving Championships, just 2 points behind winner Stéphane Brosseau. And he's having a good night, Robert Shepard. So we're going to go with those 2 here. Sauble Amber, 3 to 5 at the moment. 7 to 2 on 1 Butterfly Kisses. If you're playing this pick 4, take note there are some scratches coming up. Race 9, scratch the 3, Vines to Heaven, and the 7, American Colt N. So 2 scratches in race 9, the 3 and the 7. Also in race 11, the 5, Edam Sports Baby, scratched, and a driver changed to Jimmy Gagnon on the 2 stock in this pick 4 sequence. Whatever your selections, you'll want to get to a self-serve machine or a teller or your HPI or other ADW account very quickly. The starter has called this field and they're approaching the gate for race 8. Lining up, it's 1, Butterfly Kisses, Robert Shepard. 2, Caesar's Shot for Pascal Berube. 3, The Turning Point, Stéphane Brosseau. 4, DA Temptation, Guy Gagnon. And 5, Sobble Amber for Michel Legasse. They're on the turn. Hanging back slightly, The Turning Point. They're on the back stretch. And they're off and pacing, taking back to last. That's Sobble Amber, the closer at the back of this field as Butterfly Kisses surges to the front. Second on the outside is The Turning Point, but that's changed now as DA Temptation moves on 3 wide to challenge Butterfly Kisses for early command. She soars past that early leader to take command for Guy Gagnon, 27-2, the second fastest opening panel of the night. DA Temptation now keeping ahead of next best Butterfly Kisses. It's 3 lengths back to third. That's The Turning Point, followed by Caesar's Shot, and still trailing the known closer Sobble Amber as they head single file around the second turn. Nothing has changed since DA Temptation grabbed the lead from Butterfly Kisses, and now she reaches the half in 56-4 with no movement behind her, setting up for a lot of late action here as Butterfly Kisses, another good closer, sits the pocket, and The Turning Point looks to move ahead, but she's actually gapping slightly because here comes a first over move on her outside. Caesar's Shot is moving up first over into third. Winding up from the back of the field is Sobble Amber, 125 flat to 3/4, and still on the lead. DA Temptation, Butterfly Kisses needs to get into action. Winding up, as mentioned, from the very back of this field is Sobble Amber, but can she catch DA Temptation? They're running out of racetrack, hunting down DA Temptation. DA Temptation needs the wire up the inside. Caesar's Shot. She does it again. Sobble Amber for Michel Legasse over DA Temptation. Caesar's Shot up for Shaw, 154. Race 8 unofficial results are now posted. 3-5 favorite, 5 Sobble Amber. The winner for Michel Legasse. Second, 4 DA Temptation. Third, 2 Caesar's Shot. And fourth, 1 Butterfly Kisses. Hold all tickets. Race 8 results are now official with 5 Sobel Amber, the race winner ahead of 4 DA Temptation, 2 Caesar's Shot, 3rd, and 1 Butterfly Kisses completes the superfecta. Getting some congratulatory pats on her way to the winner's circle for her 4th consecutive Rideau Carleton victory. It's 5 Sobel Amber, a 5-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar out of Ambrosia Sealster, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legasse from Terrebonne, Quebec. Sobel Amber is bred by Sobel Hill Farms of Terra and Nasosito Racing Incorporated of Ayr, Ontario. She wins tonight in 154 flat. Congratulations to Sobel Amber and Michel Legasse on keeping the win streak. Prices are now posted. 5 Sobel Amber returns $3.20 to win. $2 exactor, 5-4 pays $9.80. The $1 try, 542, returns $24.35. The $1 superfecta, 5421, pays $53.45. The race 8 rundown is now posted. 1, Butterfly Kisses was 4th. 2, Caesar's Shot closed for show. 3, The Turning Point was 5th. 4, DA Temptation 2nd, and 3 to 5 winning favorite 5, Sauble Amber and Michel Legasse prevailed in a 154 flat mile. From the top down, your program should read 435-2-1. Fractions were 27 and 2 to the quarter, 56 and 4 at the half, 125 flat to 3/4, 154 flat, the winning mile for Sauble Amber. Race 9 is coming up with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. There are a couple of scratches to mention in race 9 with 3 Vines to Heaven, a vet scratch, and 7 American Colt N, a judge's transportation scratch. Taking a look at selections now from myself and Glenn Pearson. He's going to raise credit for trainer John McMillan with Robbie Robinson in the bike. For myself, I'm looking to Tahuya Brew and Jimmy Gagnon here. They'll be coming out on track for the post parade in a moment. The race 9 Pacers are on track for the post parade. Non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 starts. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts, with allowances for the mares. Purse, $5,200. Leading the post parade, number 2, NC Rockabye. Owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, and driven by Robert Shepard. Four is Run for the Money, owned by Renison Racing Incorporated with Scott Green, Jeff Lilly, and Mark Gallant. She's trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Pascal Berube. Currently the even money favorite. That's the 4, Run for the Money. Now joining us, 1, Tahuya Brew, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Vines to Heaven is scratched. 5 is Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson, trained by Jamie Johnson. Guy Gagnon does the driving. And completing this field from post 6 is Raise Credit, owned by Elizabeth Adam, trained by John McMillan, and driven by the Rocket Robbie Robinson. 7, American Colt N is a transportation scratch. That's your field for race 9, which kicks off a pick 3. There's Exactor Triactor and Super Wagering here. Speaking of Super, that's how Raise Credit looks, touring the track right now for Robbie Robinson. He's 0 for 10 this year, but a strong possibility against this group. Public Money favoring the 4, Run for the Money. She moves back into the front tier and is back with Pascal Berube. On Sunday, she finished 7th, but it was a tougher group with Betts Beach, who was undefeated this year, winning that race. And the show finisher in that race also getting a maiden victory here tonight, My Bitcoin. 6-5 odds at the moment on 4, Run for the Money. Ray's Credit also getting some wagering attention from post 6. He's 2-1, a beaten favorite in his previous start here. Other contenders include NC Rockabye from post 2. She went to the front Sunday against similar company. She got circled by long shot winner, the amazing Sando, before the second turn and held on for show behind stock. It was a bit of a head scratcher of a race, but she looks like Robert Shepard's possible choice over the 5, Always Your Way, whose last win was here April 21st from the rail for Jimmy Gagnon, who is driving 1 Tahuya Brew here. Tahuya Brew is my top choice. He was boxed in 5th along the backstretch here last Sunday, getting shuffled to near last on the final turn. He made a short-lived late move up the inside path. Note that he did win at this level with a pocket trip on March 24th for the returning Jimmy Gagnon, and I consider him a serious threat if he gets away on or near the front end here. Currently 5-1, that's Tahuya Brew. The starter has called the field for race 9. Last chance to play the pick 3 tonight as the Pacers are lining up. From the inside out there, the 1, Tahuya Brew, Jimmy Gagnon. 2, NC Rockabye, Robert Shepard. The 3 is scratched. 4 is Run for the Money, Pascal Berube. 5 is Always Your Way, Guy Gagnon. 6, Ray's Credit for Robbie Robinson. And the 7 is scratched. They're on the turn. Perfectly lined up for race 9. Off and pacing and taking back to last and gapping the rest is known closer Ray's Credit. Getting away in an early speed duel on the inside, Tahuya Brew is fending off a first over NC Rockabye. And moving up the cones in third, Always Your Way. Following him is Run for the Money, and gapping at the back of this pack is Ray's Credit as they reach the quarter with NC Rockabye in charge, and now circling in front of the grandstand. 28 and for that first panel, they're in single file order led by NC Rockabye. On the point for Robert Shepard, sitting the pocket, Tahuya Brew. Third, that's Always Your Way. Following fourth, Run for the Money, and catching the field now, Ray's Credit stepping out from second last. That is Run for the Money, making a first over move here on the turn, and coming after leader NC Rockabye. 58 and 4 to the half, a 30-second second panel. NC Rockabye comfortable on the lead, ahead of pocket sitting Tahuya Brew. Advancing first over and matching strides with Tahuya Brew. Moving up into second on the outside now is Run for the Money. Caught inside fourth, loaded with pace, Always Your Way. And coming second, third over, no second over. From the back of the pack, Ray's Credit. 127 and 3. They're matching strides on the front end. Run for the Money wearing down NC Rockabye. They pass three quarters, 127 and and 3. And coming widest of all, Tahuya Brew. And Always Your Way is a factor too. Tahuya Brew is cruising ahead and trying to hold off a fast closing Always Your Way. And he does by a head. That's Tahuya Brew, the winner. Always Your Way, second. Tight for show, 157-1. Unofficial results are posted for race 9. Close decision for the win here. The 1, Tahuya Brew, unofficially the winner for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, 5, Always Your Way, taking late money to become the 8-5 favorite and finishing a close second in that photo. 4, Run for the Money, third. Fourth was the 2, NC Rockabye. Results are still unofficial, so hold all tickets. And race 9 results are now official. Coming back to the winner's enclosure, it's Tahuya Brew. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by Fred and Ginger out of I'm Here for the Party, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, bred by Donna Scramage of Delta, BC, and Eric Neihart of Sumas, Washington. Trained by Victor Putty and driven to victory by Jimmy Gagnon. That's the second seasonal win for Tahuya Brew in his 7th race of the year. And a new seasonal best of 157-1. Tahuya Brew. One, Tahuya Brew pays $7 to win. The $2 exactor 1-5 combination returns $19. The $1 pick 4 that ends here pays on 4 of 4, $40.75. The $1 pick 3 pays $15.30, also paying on 3 of 3. The 20-cent pick 5, $51.37 for 5 of 5. If you played the dollar version, it pays $256 and change. This race, a $1 triactor 154, pays $33, and the $1 super, $67.70 for the 1542 ticket. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, Tahuya Brew, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. 2, NC Rockabye finished 4th. 3, Vines to Heaven was scratched sick. 4, Run for the Money finished 3rd. 5, Always Your Way finished 2nd as beaten 8-5 favorite. And 6, Ray's Credit was 5th. 7, American Colton was a transportation scratch. From the top down, your program should read 1-4, scratch 3, 2-5, scratch. The fractions were 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 127 and 3, 157 and 1, the winning mile for Tahuya Brew and Jimmy Gagnon. And now on your screens, the win photo going by ahead to the 1, Tahuya Brew on the inside for Jimmy Gagnon over the fast closing favorite, 5, Always Your Way, and Guy Gagnon on the outside. Gagnon versus Gagnon. Tahuya Brew prevailing over Always Your Way in race 9. Race 10 is coming up with handicapper selections posted on your screen. Glenn Pearson picking the 5, Carson Star Choice, who made his debut for Guy Gagnon, a winning 1 last Sunday. Going away style in 153 flat, a new lifetime mark for Carson Star Choice. I picked him last week, and I think now that he's a known quantity, I'm going to play against with my spot play selection of the card. The 2, Mr. John for Jimmy Gagnon, I think has some late speed that could possibly get the job done here. He's another who can pace a mile around 153 in recent times. I definitely would use the 5, Carson Star Choice, in the exactor, possibly boxing that. And the 3rd to consider, Probert's Legacy from the rail for Pascal Berube and Marc-Andre Simoneau. Glenn's exactor horse here behind Carson Star Choice. I'm using Probert's Legacy 3rd in my ticket, although for that exactor, I think a 3-horse exactor box is a good idea with the 1, 2, and 5. It's the second last race of this card. So it's the opening leg of the late double. Exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. And as expected, the current 4-5 favorite is the 5, Carson Star Choice. There were no changes in race 10. Take note if you're playing the late double. There are a couple of changes in race 11 with the 5 in race 11, Edam's Sports Baby, a judge's scratch, transportation, and a driver change on the 2 in race 11, Stock, who goes from William Waugh to Jimmy Gagnon. post parade is coming on track for race 10. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $850. Also eligible, $10,500 claimers. They race for a purse of $6,000. Leading the post parade, the one Probert's Legacy, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable and trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau. Pascal Berube does the driving. Current 3 to 5 favorite is number 2, Mr. John, owned by trainer Alain Fillion and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 3 is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore, trained by Steve Belisle, driven by Ryan Guy. 4 is Hurricane Cheyenne, owned by trainer Jeremy Marcotte and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. 5 is Carson Star Choice, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Seth McLeod, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 6 is Keystone Doral, owned, trained and driven by Jacques Baudouin. Completing the field from post 7, Lucky Leonard, owned by trainer Carol Ann Mallow and driven by Marie-Claude Augier. That's your race 10 field, no changes. Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering, and this is the opening leg of the late Daily Double. Currently 4 to 5 favorite. Number 2, Mr. John, is my spot play here. He's got post and class relief. After an eye-catching late move last Sunday for Jimmy Gagnon, he was 3 wide leaving, settled 3rd early behind Shotgun Jerry, and was loose late between horses for show. He took his 152 and 4 lifetime mark at this track on October 19th for his previous connections. But Mr. John, a known closer, could find things to his liking tonight here. The early favorite, 5, Carson Star Choice, 9 to 5 at the moment. He took a lifetime mark of 153 here in his Rideau debut for co-owner, trainer, driver Guy Gagnon last Sunday. He sat 3rd as Sonny Bow and Stonebridger Maze battled for the early lead. He made a first over move at 3/4 and 1 going away in a perfect trip behind 2 known front-end loving horses. Another to consider here, currently odds of 5 to 2 on the 1, Probert's Legacy, coming back from Hippodrome 3R. He was 3rd last Sunday at a higher classification with a pocket ride behind the fast-leaving Howie's Man. He got covered up on the final turn by the first over winner, Doc Houston, and his late move up the inside path fell short. Starter has called the race 10 field. Your last chance to play the late double. Second last chance of the night to wager here at Rideau Carleton. They're lining up now. The 1 is Probert's Legacy, Pascal Berube. 2, Mr. John, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Woodmere Gaelic, Ryan Guy. 4, Hurricane Cheyenne for Stéphane Brasseau. 5, Carson Star Choice, Guy Gagnon. 6, Keystone Doral, Jacques Baudouin. And 7, Lucky Leonard for Marie-Claude Auger. They're into the turn. With the field lined up as they hit the backstretch. And they're off and pacing with Mr. John leaving from the inside. Fighting back on the inside of him is Probert's Legacy, and coming after both of them on the outside, advancing for Guy Gagnon, that's Carson Star Choice, who is taking on Mr. John in an early battle to the opening quarter. Probert's Legacy sits third, and following him, Woodmere Gaelic is fourth. They've settled into a single file procession past the quarter, 28 flat, with Carson Star Choice taking the late money, the 2-5 favorite now, controlling the pace with Mr. John in the pocket. Sitting third, Probert's Legacy. Fourth is Woodmere Gaelic. First over now, advancing into fourth, Hurricane Cheyenne, who tows Keystone Doral into it from second last. Lucky Leonard trails on the inside as they circle the turn, approaching the half. Carson Star Choice hits that marker, 58 and 3, a 30 and 3. Second panel breather for the leader, and now bearing down on him on the outside is Hurricane Cheyenne. Sitting the pocket third, Mr. John. Moving up the cones in fourth is Probert's Legacy as he parks Keystone Doral. Second over in fifth. Caught inside at the back of the pack is Woodmere Gaelic, and third over behind retreating cover Lucky Leonard, 126 and 4 to 3/4, and freewheeling up front Guy Gagnon with Carson Star Choice leading the charge down the stretch. Here comes the expected battle with Mr. John, but the lead's too much. Carson Star Choice going back to back at Rideau Carleton. Holding on for place is Mr. John, keeping ahead of a fast closing Woodmere Gaelic in 154 flat. Unofficial results are posted for race 10 with 2-5 favorite. Number 5, Carson Star Choice, winning for Guy Gagnon. Second, 2, Mr. John. Third, 3, Woodmere Gaelic at odds of 25 to 1. And fourth, the 1, Probert's Legacy. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Keeping his Rideau win streak intact. It's unofficial race 10 winner, number 5, Carson Star Choice. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Carson's Lady Luck. Owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated and Seth McLeod of Gatineau, Quebec. Bred by David Carson of Listowel, Ontario. Trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the 4th seasonal victory in the 22nd start of the year for Carson Star Choice, who remains undefeated for his new connections after the claim at Western Fair on May 14th. Congratulations to Guy Gagnon and Race 10 winner Carson Star Choice. And race 10 is now official. Five, Carson Star Choice returns $2.90 to win. The $2 exactor 5-2 combination pays $7.10. $1 try 5-2-3 pays $19.55. The $1 superfecta 5-2-3-1 returns $39.45. The race 10 rundown is now posted. 1, Probert's Legacy was 4th. 2, Mr. John 2nd. 3, Woodmere Gaelic finished 3rd. 4, Hurricane Cheyenne was 5th. 2 to 5 favorite, number 5, Carson Star Choice, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 6, Keystone Doral was 7th, and 7, Lucky Leonard was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 4-2-3-5-1-7-6. The fractions were 28 seconds to the first quarter, 58 and 3 to the half, 126 and 4 to 3/4, 154 flat. The winning mile for Carson Star Choice. The last race of the card is coming up, race 11 with Exactor and Triactor and High Five wagering. It's the second leg of the late double. And we just want to congratulate the Rideau Carleton drivers, actually all the drivers, most of them Rideau regulars who took part in this afternoon's Eastern Ontario and Quebec Regional Driving Championships to decide which 2 drivers will represent this region in this summer's National Driving Championship tournament taking place at Hippodrome 3R in July. The final leaderboard was led by Stéphane Brosseau, winning with 67 points over number 2, Robert Shepard, 65 points. Third in the tournament today was Samuel Fillon with 55. Fourth, Guy Gagnon, 54 points. Fifth, Pascal Berube, 52 points. Sixth, Nick Boyd, 50 points. Seventh, Jimmy Gagnon with 17 points, and 8th was Stéphane Pouliot with 16 points. Congratulations to all who took part in a hotly contested tournament this afternoon, and best of luck to Stéphane Brosseau and Robert Shepard representing this region at the National Driving Championships. A little more about today's Regional Driving Championship at Hippodrome 3R. The National Driving Championship is also at that track in Trois-Rivières, Quebec, on July 5th. And the top 2 finishers in today's championship, Stéphane Brosseau, a previous national runner-up in 2018 at Grand River, and Robert Shepard, the runner-up today. They'll be taking on the other regional champions, Redmond Doucette and David Dowling from the Atlantic. The Ontario Regional Driving Championship qualifiers, Tyler Borth and James McDonald, and the Western representatives, Phil Giesbrecht and Mike Hennessy. The winner will represent Canada at the 2025 World Driving Championship in New Zealand. And the post parade is coming out for the last of the night. Race 11, $8,500 claimers, $5,200. One is Hurricane King Carlo, owned by Michelle Letarte with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. He's currently the even money favorite. Two is Stock, owned by Écurie Alpha with Yves Lepré, trained by Sylvain Tremblay. And note the driver change on the two to Jimmy Gagnon. Three is Stay Thirsty de Vie, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau with Catherine Savard and Maxime Desjardins. He's driven by Pascal Berube. Four is Big Pete's Style, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. Five, Edam's Sports Baby, is a transportation scratch. Six is Rockin' My Dream, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stefan Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. Seven is Favaro Sealster, owned by Michelle Letarte and Jamie Copley with Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard, and note a claim has been entered on the 7, Favaro Sealster. Eight is The Amazing Sando, owned by Manon Tremblay with Christian Fortin. He's trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Completing the field from trailing post 9, Delco Dynamo, owned by trainer Hélène Filion and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. That's your field for race 11, the last live race of tonight's card at Rideau Carleton. Exactor, triactor, and high five wagering here. Currently on screen is 4-5 favorite, number 1, Hurricane King Carlo, likely pace setter from the rail. He's looking for a third consecutive win in Rideau $8,500 claiming company for Guy Gagnon. He's a little excitable tonight and getting a little help walking along, keeping calm out there. He's a top player in this race. I'm leaning a little more towards the 3 myself, Stay Thirsty DeVee, with Pascal Berube driving. They just missed from a tougher Rideau post on May 19th, coming third over on the first turn and 4 wide down the stretch, parked the entire mile. Stay Thirsty DeVee is up in class after winning last Sunday at Hippodrome 3R. He's currently 3-1. Another 11-1 at the moment, which is somewhat surprising, is the 4 Big Pete Style. He is always a factor here. He came after the 1-4 favorite Hurricane King Carlo from first over fourth along the backstretch here Sunday. He battled Hurricane King Carlo right into the stretch and held on gamely for show. Glenn Pearson is going with the favorite, number 1, Hurricane King Carlo. He likes Stay Thirsty DeVee, the 3, for second, followed by the amazing Sando, who was amazing in his first start with Lasix here last Sunday. He's choosing the 4 for fourth here. That's Big Pete Style. And the trailer, Delco Dynamo, completes his high 5. I'm going with Stay Thirsty DeVee on top of Big Pete Style. Rockin' My Dream, a transportation scratch here last Sunday, has class relief and 2 front-end May victories at this level for Mike Healy. I'm using him in my top 3. Hurricane King Carlo, sure to set the pace here from the rail. I think there is enough late speed to take him down. However, it's all to be decided shortly. I'm using 8, the amazing Sando, to complete the high 5. He moves from the trailing post to the outside post for Stéphane Pouliot. So it's another tough post for the amazing Sando in his second start Lasix. Whatever your choices here, you'll have to get them punched in soon on your ADW or here at the track, because they're about to head behind the gate for the last of the night. It's the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. The starter has called the race 11 pacers. 1 is Hurricane King Carlo for Guy Gagnon. 2 is Stock, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Stay Thirsty DeVee, Pascal Berube. 4, Big Pete Style, Ryan Guy. 5 is Scratch. 6 is Rockin' My Dream, Mike Healy. 7, Favaro Sealster, Robert Shepard. 8, The Amazing Sando for Stéphane Pouliot. And the trailer from Post 9, Delco Dynamo, Stéphane Brosseau. Hurricane King Carlo trying to catch up with the rest here, and he's followed by Delco Dynamo, the trailer, as the field circles the turn towards the backstretch for the start of race 11. They're lined up and they're off, taking back to last. The amazing Sando. Launching from further out is Rockin' My Dream, who is aggressively on the front end, crossing over in front of Hurricane King Carlo to grab command for Mike Healy. And then back in third is Big Pete Style as they're battling early. to the opening quarter. Hurricane King Carlo not liking the pocket much. Rockin' My Dream getting to the opening quarter on the front end in 28 flat. And Hurricane King Carlo is going to wait patiently for Guy Gagnon, followed by Big Pete Style third. Then in fourth, Stay Thirsty DeVee. He's followed by Delco Dynamo. Further back to Stock. And the last two are Favaro Sealster and the Amazing Sando. They circle the second turn in single file procession up front and leading the way. That's Rockin' My Dream, 58 and 1, a 30 and 1 second panel. Rockin' My Dream keeping a length and a half ahead of Hurricane King Carlo. It's two back to third, and Big Pete Style stepping out now and making a first over move for Berube. From fourth is Stay Thirsty DeVee. Following his cover, Delco Dynamo is second over in fifth, going three wide. From sixth, that is the Amazing Sando, making another amazing move for Pouliot. Shuffled back on the inside, Big Pete Style. Three quarters reached in 1:27 and 3. They're closing in on Rockin' My Dream, and he's still leading the way down the stretch. Coming wide, the Amazing Sando between horses, Stay Thirsty DeVee. It's a battle to the wire between Stay Thirsty DeVee on the inside. The Amazing Sando, I believe, stings him on the outside. Up for show, Hurricane King Carlo, 1:56 and 4. Unofficial results are posted for race 11 with 8, the Amazing Sando winning for Stefan Pouliot. Second, even money favorite, 3, Stay Thirsty DeVee. Third, 1, Hurricane King Carlo. Fourth, the 6, Rockin' My Dream. And fifth, 4, Big Pete Style. Results remain unofficial. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle. Official Race 11 winner at odds of 4-1. Number 8, the Amazing Sando. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by Daly out of Gilbert, Hanover, owned by Manon Tremblay and Christiane Fortin of Jonquière, Quebec, bred by Jamie Smith of Charlottetown, PEI, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot. That's his second consecutive win. This time in 1:56 and 4. Congratulations to the Post 8 winner, the amazing Sando. Seven, Favaro Sealster was claimed, going to owner Sally Charlton and Ashley Kerr, trained by Lindsay Kerr, for a price of $8,500. Prices are posted for race 11. 8, the amazing Sando pays $10.80 to win. The $2 exactor 8-3 ticket will be back to momentarily. The $1 late pick 4 of 4 pays $124.34. The late pick 3, $68 and change for the dollar ticket. 20-cent super high 5 here returns $83.51. The $2 exactor 8-3, again, $36.60. The $1 try 8-3-1 pays $35.50. The $2 late double, $18.30 for that ticket. Carson Star Choice in race 10. The 5 with 8, the amazing Sando in race 11. Here's the race 11 rundown. 1, Hurricane King Carlo finished 3rd. 2, Stock was 8th. 3, Stay Thirsty DeVee was 2nd as beaten even money favorite. 4, Big Pete Style finished 5th. 5, Edam's Sports Baby was a transportation scratch. 6, Rockin' My Dream, 4th. 7, Favaro Sailster, 6th. 8, The Amazing Sando, a 4-1 winner for Stefan Pouliot. And 9, Delco Dynamo finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 382, 5 scratch, 4617. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 58 and 1 at the half, 127 and 3 to 3/4, 156 and 4, the winning mile by The Amazing Sando. And that concludes tonight's card. Thank you very much to those of you joining us online, at the track, at the OTB. We're back again this Thursday, our first Thursday in June, June 6th, 4 p.m. post time. And tonight's handle was $356,412. We appreciate the loyal patrons and horse players here at Rideau Carleton. Have a relaxing night, and we'll see you again Thursday. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.